Your religious leaders have sold you a beautiful lie called heaven. But I tell you today, heaven is nowhere. They made you look at the sky so you would never look within, turning your life into a perpetual waiting room for a paradise that does not exist. Because a satisfied man cannot be exploited, they poisoned your present moment with the guilt of sin and the greed for a future reward. Wake up from this spiritual matrix. Stop looking for a distant paradise after death and look at this very moment. Heaven is not a geographical place you go to. It is the silent, pure space of being right here, right now. Hello, my beloved friends. Welcome to this quiet, sacred space of ours. Today, I want to have a very intimate, deeply personal talk with you. Just like two old companions who have left the noisy marketplace behind and are now sitting peacefully under the cool shade of a massive banyan tree, looking directly into the deepest mysteries of human life. I can see the silent restlessness in your eyes, the heavy anxiety that modern life continuously pumps into your being, leaving you fragmented, exhausted, and deeply disconnected from your own center. You are not alone in this suffering. This entire world has been carefully engineered to pull you in 1,000 different directions, tearing your soul into pieces so that you never find the time to look within. That is precisely why I am here today, to share a truth that the priests, the politicians, and the religious leaders have been desperately trying to hide from you for thousands of years. They are absolutely terrified of you discovering this wisdom, because your awakening is their ultimate end. This is not a sermon, nor is it another rigid dogma. It is simply the fragrance of my own experience, a light meant to ignite the fire of freedom that already sleeps inside your heart. If you can feel a deep, silent resonance with my words, if your heart stirs even a little bit as we begin this journey into the unknown together, I invite you to take a moment to bless our beautiful communion by hitting the like button, subscribing to our channel, and sharing your deepest, most authentic reflections in the comments below. Your presence, your likes, and your words are like beautiful flowers blooming in the desert of this chaotic world, helping us create a vast ripple of consciousness. Listen to me very carefully. One of the greatest, most profitable trade secrets of all the organized religions throughout human history is to constantly broadcast the propaganda that humanity is fundamentally fallen and desperately needs to be saved. It is an incredibly strange, bizarre idea, but it has been repeated for so many thousands of years that absolutely nobody seems to look into its deep and manipulative implications. Nobody ever stands up to ask a simple common sense question. Why are you so desperately worried about saving humanity? You have been busy saving humanity for 5,000 years. Yet look around you. Nothing seems to be saved at all. The world is still drowning in the same old misery, the same old violence, the same old anguish. In the first place, does humanity actually need any saving? To answer this question and to validate their own parasitic existence, all the religions had to fabricate an absolutely fictitious idea, the concept of the original fall and original sin. Because unless there is an absolute fall, the question of a savior and salvation does not even arise. If you are not sick, why would you ever buy their poisonous medicines? And I tell you, the religious conception of the original fall is absolute rubbish. Man has never been falling. Man has been evolving, growing, and expanding in every possible way since the very beginning of existence. The only logical way anyone could ever support the idea of an original fall is by using the theory of evolution proposed by Charles Darwin. But religions can never use that because it deeply offends their ridiculous pride. Charles Darwin's idea can certainly be interpreted as an original fall, at least from the perspective of the monkeys, if not from the perspective of man. Think about it. If man truly evolved out of monkeys, he must have fallen out of the trees onto the hard ground. The monkeys who stayed up in the wild freedom and high status of the green branches must have looked down at these clumsy, furless bipedal creatures on the ground and laughed hysterically at these idiots who had fallen. It is highly possible that the monkeys who fell were the weakest ones, the ones who lacked the strength to survive and hold on to the branches within the strict monkey hierarchy. If you observe monkeys sitting in a tree, you will notice a very rigid, authoritarian society that human beings have completely inherited. It is the exact same mind. At the absolute top of the tree sits the chief, the dominant leader. Right below him is his massive harem of the youngest, most beautiful female monkeys, whom he strictly controls. And below them is a very peculiar third group, In India, we call this group the Chamchas. Chamcha literally means a spoon. And these people are absolute suckers. Just like you use a spoon to take things out of a bottle, these creatures spend their entire lives sucking power, money, and validation from those who sit above them. Of course, to do this, they must constantly praise the chief, flatter his ego, and violently defend his status quo. My friend Devraj once sent me a contemporary Californian word for this group from the Webster's dictionary: the brown nose. He even added a note because the dictionary was too polite, saying in Europe we call these people arse-kissers. That is the exact translation of chamchas. At the top is the chief, then the harem, then the brown noses, and finally on the absolute lowest branches live the poorest monkeys who have no girlfriends, no power, and no servants. But it is from this very lowest beaten group that humanity has grown. A few were so weak they couldn't even manage to stay on those lowest branches. They were pushed, pulled, and thrown until they fell onto the earth. That is the only real original fall. Monkeys are still laughing at man today. From a monkey's perspective, seeing a creature walking awkwardly on two legs makes them think, has he joined a circus? He has lost the wild freedom of the trees and now he crawls on the dirt. He is truly the downtrodden one. When you look closely at this hierarchy, you can see the blueprint of all political and religious institutions. They want you to stay on the ground, feeling small, guilty, and fallen, so that they can comfortably remain your rulers and saviors. Reclaiming your original freedom requires you to step out of this entire game. If you feel a deep call to help us create a sanctuary of consciousness, to support the continuation of these insights and help us broadcast this light to more seekers across the globe, I invite you to click the join button right below this video. By choosing to join our spiritual family as a member, you are not merely supporting a channel, you are actively participating in a silent global revolution to dismantle the ancient mafia of the soul, helping humanity stand tall in its own divine authority. Aside from this monkey business, religions possess absolutely no logical support for their original fall. They have stories, but stories are not arguments, nor are they proofs. In fact, if you analyze the Christian story of the original fall, without any prejudice, you will realize that God is the real culprit. And if anyone in that story desperately needs saving, it is the Christian God. Think about it. A father who intentionally prevents his own children from becoming wise. A father who forbids his children from living forever must be completely insane and cruel. Even the worst human father wants his children to be intelligent, brilliant, and wise. Even the most heartless father desires for his children to live a long, beautiful, eternal life. But this biblical God strictly forbids man from eating from two specific trees, the tree of knowledge and the tree of eternal life. This is not a fatherly figure, this is a jealous enemy of man. The God of this story is terrified that man might become equal to him. That was the exact argument of the serpent when he approached Eve. Why did the serpent choose Eve and not Adam? Because men by nature are less sensitive, less vulnerable, and heavily burdened by arrogance and ego. Adam would have dismissed a conversation with a serpent, thinking it below his male dignity. He would have argued, fought, and resisted, because for the male ego, agreeing with someone feels like a humiliating defeat. The ego knows only two polarities, victory and defeat, struggle and domination. But a sensitive soul is only interested in one question: what is the truth? Eve was not interested in an intellectual wrestling match. She listened to the serpent and she saw the sheer, unadulterated truth of his words. The serpent told her that God prohibited wisdom because once you are wise, you become godlike, and once you are wise, finding the tree of eternal life becomes effortless. Eternity is simply the other side of wisdom. And if you are wise and you live forever, who on earth bothers about God? He becomes completely obsolete. To keep you as a perpetual slave, eternally dependent on him, he banned those two trees in this vast garden. The serpent's argument was a simple, beautiful statement of fact. Yet the one who brought truth to humanity is condemned as the devil, and the one who tried to keep humanity in darkness is praised as God. Why? Because priests can only survive with a jealous, restrictive God. If man becomes wise and immortal, the priests lose their jobs, the churches empty out, and the temples crumble. These millions of parasites who suck humanity's blood can only exist if you remain ignorant and fearful. To break completely free from this manufactured fear, you must equip your consciousness with authentic, unconditioned insight. True wisdom cannot be handed down by an institution. It must be discovered within your own silence. To assist you on this path of self-realization, to help you navigate through the illusions of the ego and the dogmas of society. We have compiled a deep collection of hidden wisdom in our exclusive ebooks, available for purchase through the links in the description below. Purchasing and reading these pages is a direct act of reclaiming your native intelligence, a beautiful step toward embracing the very wisdom that the priests have tried to keep out of your hands for centuries. Look at the absolute psychological foolishness of the biblical gods. Any mediocre person knows that if you tell a child, you can eat anything in this house, but do not touch that specific fruit on the table, the child will completely lose interest in all other foods. His entire mind will become obsessed with that one prohibited fruit. Prohibition is an absolute open invitation. The Garden of Eden was infinite, filled with millions of trees. If God had kept quiet about those 2 trees, Adam and Eve would probably have never found them even by now. But God started his very first religious sermon by saying, "Do not eat from these 2 trees." He pointed them out. This was pure provocation. God himself seduced them into eating the fruit. The devil wasn't even necessary. Sooner or later, the temptation was bound to become irresistible. All efforts to enforce obedience naturally lead to disobedience. All efforts to enslave a soul only make its rebellion stronger. Sigmund Freud, who is a descendant of the same tradition, understood this simple psychology far better than your gods. In my childhood, I saw this happen in my own neighborhood. The richest man in the city lived near us. He owned a magnificent marble palace surrounded by a lush green lawn and beautiful bushes. One day, I was standing near his fence while he was talking to his gardeners. I called out to him, "Dada," which means big brother, as the whole town called him out of respect for his wealth. I said, "Dada, you should put up some signs around your property that say, 'No pissing allowed,' because it's such a private shaded spot with big trees that people are bound to urinate here." The idea struck him as brilliant. The next day he put up prominent signs all around his beautiful garden, "No pissing allowed." And from that very day, the entire town started urinating around his house. He was furious. He came to see my father and shouted, "Where is your boy? He has turned my house into a living hell. Who told him to give me advice?" My father smiled and said, "If you had asked me, I would have told you never to listen to him. His advice always leads to immense trouble. But where is he now? It is impossible to know. He comes and goes like the wind. But don't worry, if his first advice worked, he will surely return to give you more. That evening, my father caught me and asked why I had given such advice. I replied, my advice was to prohibit people, which is written in many civilized places. But when I asked the townspeople why they were suddenly urinating there, they told me before the signs were up, we were walking by, thinking of our business, our troubles, our families. Who thinks about their bladder? You only think about it when it's completely full. But when we look at these big, bold signs, suddenly the bladder becomes the most important thing in the universe. And we look around and see that since a sign is placed here, it must be an excellent, established spot for urinating. And look, there are already wet marks on the wall from others, so it must be perfectly right to do so. This is simple psychology. A prohibition is a direct challenge to the human spirit. In India, there is immense freedom of urination. It is not a legal problem to manage your bladder wherever you can. But when I was around 10 or 11 years old, my father fell severely ill, and we had to take him to a highly reputable hospital far away in the city of Indore. We had to live in the hospital quarters for 6 long months. Right at the main entrance of this grand hospital, there was a massive board, no urination permitted. Anybody disobeying will be prosecuted. And to make it even more intense, a policeman with a loaded gun was stationed right next to the board. To me, this was the ultimate provocation. The board alone was an invitation, but a policeman with a gun made it an absolute dare. On our very first day, after my father was admitted, I walked straight up to the board. The policeman watched me, his eyes wide with disbelief, because such a thing had never occurred before. I stood right under the sign and pissed. He grabbed me and yelled, "What are you doing? Can't you read the sign?" I looked at him calmly and said, "I can read much better than you." He rattled his rifle and said, "Can't you see this gun?" I replied, "It is precisely because of your gun and this board that I am doing this. Otherwise, I had no need. My quarters are just a 2-minute walk away, and I just came from the bathroom. My bladder is completely empty, and it was actually quite painful and difficult to squeeze this out. But I simply could not resist the beautiful temptation of your challenge." He dragged me straight to the chief administrator of the hospital, who was an incredibly strict and angry man. The administrator roared, You have just entered on your first day and you commit such an outrageous act? I looked innocent and said, "But sir, what could I do? This policeman himself was urinating there right before me." The administrator gasped, "What?" The policeman turned pale and shouted, "This is a complete lie. I never did such a thing." I said, "Let's go and check." There are two distinct wet patches on the ground. I had intentionally urinated in two separate spots before he grabbed me. We went to the entrance and the administrator looked at the two wet spots. He turned to the policeman and said, "Two patches. Your duty was to prevent people, and you are creating multiple wet zones yourself. Your services are terminated. You are fired. And as for this innocent boy, he is from a small village and knows nothing of city rules. He simply followed what he thought was your legal example." The policeman was stripped of his job on the spot. When we walked out of the office, the ex-policeman pulled me aside and whispered, "Just tell me one thing, you little devil. How did you manage that second spot? You know damn well I wasn't pissing." I smiled and said, "Look, you know the truth, and I know the truth. But that doesn't help you with the administrator. You were caught in a perfect trap. If you were on duty, you allowed someone else to do it, or you did it yourself. If you weren't there, you abandoned your post. But to be fair to you, now that you are no longer a policeman, and I feel some pity, I confess that I stepped 2 feet to the side and made the second mark while you were blinking." He remembered me moving but hadn't realized why. But that strict administrator became my greatest protector for the next 6 months. Whenever anyone brought a complaint against me for my vile behavior in the hospital, he would wave them away and say, "Leave that poor boy alone. He is an innocent, simple child from a faraway village. And you city cynics are constantly making him your target." And I would stand before him looking like a perfect angel. This small childhood rebellion contains the essence of how the human mind responds to unnatural control. Religious systems have built an empire of restrictions to trap your consciousness, to make you feel like a perpetual sinner so that you will constantly buy their synthetic salvation. If you feel a deep sense of gratitude for these liberating insights, if you feel that this message is cutting directly through the fog of your social conditioning and bringing a sudden brilliant clarity to your life, you can express your love and support by using the super thanks button right below. Your beautiful contributions act as a powerful engine. Align our commune to keep this fire alive, to maintain our independence, and to continue broadcasting this unadulterated truth to millions of authentic seekers who are still heavily chained by the global mafia of the soul. Man has never been falling. He has simply been outgrowing the dead, rigid dogmas of the past. Doctrines are completely static, but life is a dynamic, fluid movement. The priest clings to the ancient script because his entire power and tradition are rooted in it. But man continuously expands beyond those narrow walls. Take a look at Jainism, for instance. 25 centuries ago, Mahavira commanded that his monks must never wear shoes, because in those days, shoes were made exclusively of animal leather, and leather required slaughtering animals. To maintain absolute non-violence, shoes were completely banned. But Mahavira was not omniscient. He had absolutely no idea that 25 centuries later, human beings would invent shoes made of rubber, plastic, cloth, and synthetic leather, which involve zero violence to any living creature. Yet, because the dogma cannot change, Jaina monks today still walk completely barefoot on the scorching, dusty roads of India. If you look at their feet, tears will come to your eyes. Their skin is cracked open like earth that hasn't seen rain for years, and blood constantly oozes from their wounds. They are forbidden from using any vehicle, because in the ancient days, a vehicle meant a horse-drawn or bullock-driven cart, which was a clear form of violence against animals. Mahavira did not foresee cars with horsepower but no horses, trains or airplanes. In fact, according to Jaina philosophy, the soul of an ant has the exact same spiritual status as the soul of an elephant. When a monk walks on the road, he inadvertently crushes hundreds of tiny insects under his feet. When he breathes, the hot air from his mouth kills microorganisms in the air. Therefore, flying in an airplane is actually the most non-violent form of transportation possible, because you are high in the sky where no insects are being stepped on. I once suggested this to a group of Jaina monks, and they looked at me with pure terror, whispering, "What are you saying? If our community hears this, we will be immediately expelled." I did manage to convince one young Jaina monk who was staying in the same temple as me. He was a bit simple-minded. I told him, "You walk 10 miles every day to the city under the burning sun, while a comfortable car comes to pick me up. Why don't you ride with me?" He trembled and said, "But what if someone sees me in a car?" I said, "We can use logic. Take your bamboo mat, place it on the car seat, and sit on top of your mat. If anyone accuses you, you can simply say, 'I am merely sitting on my own holy bamboo mat.'" I have nothing to do with the car. If someone chooses to move the car beneath my mat, how am I responsible? He thought it was a flawless argument. He sat on his mat in the back seat, closed his eyes, and we drove to a massive public gathering where we were both scheduled to speak. When the crowd saw a Jaina monk inside a modern automobile, they were completely shocked. I stepped out, opened his door, and called out to the crowd, "Please, come and carefully lift this mat out, because this holy monk has absolutely no relationship with the car. He is simply sitting in deep meditation on his bamboo mat." They pulled him out, but the community was absolutely outraged. As long as I was there, I defended him with fierce arguments, so they couldn't touch him. But the very day after I left the town, they held a meeting, expelled him from the monkhood, and stripped him of all his religious symbols. 7 years later, I arrived at the Lucknow railway station. I needed to wait 8 hours for my next train. So I stepped outside and hailed a taxi. To my absolute amazement, the taxi driver was that very same expelled monk. I gasped, "What? You are driving a taxi?" He looked at me with a mixture of anger and affection and said, "This is all your doing. Your logic ruined my life." I laughed and said, "This is not ruin. This is beautiful evolution. You have moved from the back seat to the front seat, from being a passive passenger to being the master of the wheel. Back then, you were terrified to even touch a car. Now you drive one for a living. Keep going, and soon you will become a pilot, and we shall meet in the clouds." He smiled and said, "Don't tease me. I was deeply angry at you for years, but seeing your beautiful face, all my anger has evaporated. You are right. You set me free from that terrible bondage. I was a miserable slave to those orthodox followers, unable to take a single step without their permission. Now I earn my own bread. I go to the cinema, I smoke my cigarettes, and I live exactly as I want to live. I wish you could help the other monks break free too." I replied, "I am trying my best, but their followers guard them like prison wardens, warning them never to talk to me because I might plant a dangerous seed of intelligence in their minds." All organized religions are deathly afraid of critical thinking, doubt, and questions, because their entire empire relies on your blind obedience. They want you to believe that humanity is in a constant state of decay because you are no longer following ancient scriptures. But your sensitivity has actually grown. Your life span has increased, and you are far more capable of breaking the chains of slavery than ever before. A century ago in India, people were strictly forbidden from traveling to foreign lands. The priests declared that if you crossed the oceans, you would mix with impure people who were far below human status, a class they called malachas, a word so loaded with disgust that its mere pronunciation creates a feeling of nausea and sickness in your stomach. When Mahatma Gandhi was preparing to travel to England to study law, his orthodox mother was terrified of this contamination, so she forced him to take 3 severe binding vows before he could leave. First, he must never look at any woman with lustful eyes. This is an utterly absurd and impossible vow, because by the time you realize your eyes are full of lust, you have already looked. Lust is like a sudden breeze. It doesn't knock on your door and ask for permission. You see a beautiful woman, and the spontaneous realization that she is beautiful is already a movement of desire. Your concepts of beauty and ugliness are simply your subconscious desires for or against possession. So Gandhi spent his time in London in deep fear, locking himself away in his room to avoid looking at European women. His second vow was never to eat meat. In those days, London had no health food stores or vegetarian restaurants, so the poor man almost starved to death, surviving entirely on dry bread, butter, milk, and raw fruits. His third vow was never to change his religion. On his journey across the sea, a major crisis erupted when the ship stopped at the port of Alexandria for 3 days to load and unload cargo. Some Indian passengers who had become friendly with Gandhi told him, "Why sit in your hot cabin for 3 days? The nights in Alexandria are incredibly beautiful." Gandhi was a complete simpleton. He had never read the Arabian Nights, so he had absolutely no idea what beautiful nights in Alexandria actually meant. He agreed to go along, and they took him to a magnificent, lavishly decorated house. He asked innocently, "Where are we?" And they replied, "To the beautiful nights," and pushed him straight into a room, locking the door behind him. It was a high-end house of pleasure, a house of a courtesan. Gandhi was so utterly traumatized by the sudden realization of where he was that his throat completely choked up. He literally lost his physical voice and could not speak a single word. He was trembling violently, sweat pouring down his face. The courtesan was deeply puzzled to see a customer shaking like a leaf, and out of sheer human compassion, she forgot her profession entirely. She forced him to sit on her bed because his legs were about to buckle. But he was terrified to even touch her mattress, crying out to his mother in his mind, "I haven't looked with lust, mother. This is a terrible accident." The woman realized he had been tricked, and she said gently, "Don't be afraid. I am a human being too. Tell me what you want." But he couldn't speak. She handed him a piece of paper and a pen, and he wrote down, "I have been forced into this room against my will. I simply want to return to my ship. I look upon you as my sister." The courtesan smiled with immense grace, opened the door and asked, "Do you have enough money for a carriage, or should I escort you? Alexandria can be highly dangerous at midnight." Hearing her kind maternal words, Gandhi's voice finally returned, and he thanked her. She offered him food and water, but he refused, believing that even the water in a courtesan's house becomes morally contaminated. In India, this madness is common. At railway stations, vendors shout Hindu water and Mohammedan water. Water has no religion, but human stupidity knows no bounds. In his autobiography, Gandhi later confessed with deep shame how cowardly I was. I could not even speak a firm no to my friends. These three rigid vows kept him a psychological prisoner in a free land. He failed to learn anything about the richness of European culture or life because he was constantly praying to God to finish his course so he could escape back to India. When he finally returned to Bombay as a qualified liar, his total lack of social experience ruined his career. On his very first case in an Indian court, he stood up, faced the judge, said, "My lord," and completely froze. He began to tremble so violently that the judge had to tell the bailiff to take him outside and let him relax. That was his first and last court appearance in India. He never dared to accept another case. Because he was a failure as a courtroom liar, he accepted a humble job as a legal advisor for a wealthy Muslim merchant family with business interests in South Africa. He wasn't required to speak in court, only to assist the African advocate behind the scenes. On his way to South Africa, two historical accidents occurred that transformed his life and changed the entire course of world history. First, a friend who came to see him off at the ship gifted him a small book titled "Unto This Last," by John Ruskin. This book completely revolutionized his mind. Its central philosophy was that society must always prioritize the needs of the absolute poorest person first. This became Gandhi's lifelong economic manifesto. Second, while traveling in a first class train compartment in South Africa, a white British passenger entered, saw a colored man, and ordered him to get out. Gandhi protested, "I possess a valid first class ticket. The question is not my race, but my ticket." The Englishman refused to argue, pulled the emergency brakes, and threw Gandhi's luggage onto the platform. Gandhi was a thin, fragile man. The Englishman threw him out physically as well, saying, "Now travel first class." Gandhi spent the entire freezing night sitting on that remote station platform, his mind in a violent turmoil. That night became the birth of his revolt against the British Empire. He resolved that this tyrannical empire must be dismantled. He spent many years in Africa perfecting the art of non-violent resistance. And when he returned to India in the 1920s, he was a master revolutionary. The entire traditional Orthodox population immediately accepted him as a great sage because he followed rules laid down 5,000 years ago by Manu. He wanted to turn the clock back 5,000 years. To him, the spinning wheel was the final, ultimate invention of science. After that, all scientific progress was a sin. He became the supreme leader of an uncontemporary, backward-looking nation. When people ask me how to save humanity, I answer them directly. In the first place, please save humanity from Mahatma Gandhi and people like him. Save humanity from the popes, the Sankracharyas, the imams, the messiahs, and the self-proclaimed saviors of the world. They are all on massive ego trips, desperate to keep you small and spiritually dependent. You ask me how to save humanity, but let me ask you a much more honest question. Are you saved yourself? Have you dropped your own inner anxiety, your own boiling anger, your own burning jealousy, your own fragile ego? If your own inner house is completely full of poison, trash and garbage, you have some nerve to go around shouting to the world, "Save humanity." This deep psychological urge to constantly serve, redeem, and save others is nothing but a very clever toxic device to escape from your own bleeding wounds. You are deathly afraid to face yourself. You are terrified to look at your own vacuum. So you become highly involved and occupied with the giant problems of the world, so that your own problems look entirely negligible. I possess absolutely no interest in saving anyone. In fact, nobody on this earth needs saving at all. Everyone is exactly where they have chosen to be, living the exact level of consciousness they tolerate. I am simply sharing my own joy, my own light, like a heavy rain cloud that must shower, simply because it is overflowing with ecstasy. If this nectar touches your heart, thank existence, but remember to never look for a savior outside of yourself, because the true eternal kingdom is already shining in your own pristine awareness. The collusion between the politician and the priest is the most ancient conspiracy against human potential, a vice designed to keep that pristine awareness deeply asleep, broken, and completely dependent on external authorities. For 5,000 years, these two forces have been running the exact same business, sharing the profits of your spiritual and material exploitation. It is a beautifully coordinated psychological crime network, a true mafia of the soul. The politician rules over your outer life, your body, your labor, and your physical movements. The priest rules over your inner life, your conscience, your fears, and your ultimate destiny. They have divided you into two separate territories so that they can comfortably exploit you from both sides without any conflict between themselves. They have a mutual understanding, an unwritten contract of absolute cooperation. The politician protects the priest's property, builds his grand temples, exempts his vast wealth from taxes, and uses the brute force of the police and the military to silence any heretic who dares to expose the religious lies. In return, the priest gives divine sanction to the politician's authority. The priest tells the poor, starving masses that the king is appointed by divine right, that the president is chosen by God's will, and that to rebel against the political ruler is an unpardonable sin against the cosmos itself. If you are poor, the priest tells you it is because of your past life's bad karma, or that God is testing your patience. And if you bear your suffering silently, without any rebellion, you will be rewarded with a golden mansion in paradise. This is an incredibly brilliant strategy to protect the rich and the powerful from any social revolution. The politician doesn't need to place a guard behind every single citizen. The priest has already placed a psychological guard inside your own mind. The moment you even think about rebelling against your exploitation, your own conditioned conscience cries out that you are sinning, that you are moving toward eternal damnation. The prisoners have been so deeply brainwashed that they actively guard their own prison cells, violently attacking anyone who comes to offer them the keys to absolute freedom. This exploitation requires the total destruction of your original innocence. From the very moment you enter this world, a child is born as a pure, unwritten sheet of paper, completely free from any ideology, full of raw intelligence, intense wonder, and spontaneous joy. But an unconditioned mind is an absolute danger to the established order. A child who is left free to grow in his own native intelligence will eventually ask highly uncomfortable questions. He will look at the politician and see that the emperor has no clothes. He will look at the priest and see that his rituals are nothing but hollow theatrical games, designed to extort money and status. He cannot be easily led to war, to murder other human beings for the sake of a colorful piece of cloth called a national flag. He cannot be exploited in factories to accumulate wealth for a few greedy families. He cannot be frightened by the ridiculous myth of hellfire. Therefore, before the child's intelligence can take root, the mafia of the soul descends upon him like a flock of vultures. They immediately label his pure consciousness. They call him a Christian, a Hindu, a Mohammedan, a Buddhist. They force him to memorize dead scriptures, to repeat prayers he does not understand, and to accept dogmas that directly contradict his basic common sense. They systematically replace his natural state of wonder with a thick, heavy armor of borrowed knowledge. When an unconditioned child looks at a magnificent rose blooming in the morning sun, he is in direct existential contact with the living reality. He feels the mystery, the fragrance, the unutterable beauty of existence. But once the conditioning takes over, the child no longer sees the living flower. He merely accesses the word rose in his mental computer. He says, "It is a beautiful rose," and walks away, completely insulated from the true magic of the moment by a dense wall of concepts. He has been successfully transformed from a living, breathing, conscious being into a predictable mechanical robot that can be easily manipulated by the state and the church. The ultimate weapon used by the priests to maintain this psychological lockdown is the manufacture of perpetual guilt. To make you a permanent customer of their spiritual supermarket, they must first convince you that you are fundamentally broken, dirty, and unnatural. They look at your biological instincts, your natural desires, your love for comfort, and they label all of them as sins. For centuries, they have focused their absolute venom on the energy of sex, because it is the most powerful, creative, an ecstatic force within the human body. It is the very source of life itself. The priest knows that if you are allowed to enjoy your sexuality naturally, beautifully, and without any inhibition, you will experience a deep, spontaneous sense of fulfillment and joy. A fulfilled person is completely content within himself. He is naturally peaceful, intensely alive, and fiercely independent. He cannot be frightened by imaginary ghosts in the sky, nor can he be driven into a state of competitive madness by political promises. He has tasted the ecstasy of the present moment, so he cannot be bought. Therefore, the priest must poison the very root of your joy. He tells you that sex is dirty, that it is an animalistic urge, that it is the ultimate barrier between you and God. He demands that you repress your natural desires, that you feel ashamed of your own body, and that you look upon pleasure with intense suspicion. But a natural energy cannot be simply wiped out by religious decree. It can only be driven into the dark basements of your subconscious mind, where it rots, mutters, and turns into all kinds of perversions, neuroses, and psychological illnesses. By forcing you to fight against your own biology, the priest creates a state of permanent inner warfare. You are turned into a house divided against itself, a fragmented being constantly wrestling with his own shadow. When you give in to your natural urges, you feel immense guilt and self-hatred, believing you have dropped from grace. When you successfully repress them, you become cold, bitter, violent, and deeply frustrated. Either way, you lose your inner balance, your self-confidence, and your native authority. A person who feels fundamentally guilty can never stand tall, can never look the rulers in the eye, and can never claim his own freedom. He is always on his knees, trembling with fear, begging for forgiveness, and looking desperately for an external savior to wash away his imaginary sins. The priest creates the psychological disease of guilt, and then he beautifully presents himself as the only physician who can cure it through his rituals, his confessions, and his absolute monopoly on salvation. It is a magnificent, highly lucrative business model that has kept humanity spiritually paralyzed for ages. Think about the sheer psychological cruelty of this moralistic schizophrenia. They tell you to love your neighbor, but they force you to hate your own body. They tell you to seek God, but they condemn the very world that God supposedly created. They have created a false, unnatural division between the material and the spiritual, treating them as two warring enemies. But in the true vision of reality, matter and spirit are not separate entities. They are simply two poles of the exact same existence. Matter is the outer visible form of the spirit, and spirit is the inner invisible core of matter. They are as deeply interconnected as electricity and the light bulb. You cannot experience the radiant beauty of the light without the physical structure of the bulb, and the bulb is nothing but dead glass without the invisible current of electricity flowing through it. When you condemn your physical body, when you deny your material senses, you are sabotaging the very foundation upon which your higher consciousness can blossom. It is like a foolish gardener who falls in love with the beautiful petals of a rose but decides to hate and destroy the dirty mud, the dark roots, and the sharp thorns underneath. If you cut off the roots simply because they live in the dark mud, the flower on top will wither and die within a few hours. True spirituality does not ask you to renounce the world or to torture your flesh. It asks you to become deeply conscious, intensely alive, and beautifully integrated. It is about bringing a profound balance to your life, allowing your roots to go deep into the rich earth of your material existence, so that your consciousness can rise high into the open sky of the divine, bursting forth into millions of beautiful blossoms of love, silence, and ecstasy. To sustain this magnificent illusion of guilt and salvation, religions had to invent a spectacular geographical mythology, the concepts of heaven and hell. They have painted hell with the most terrifying colors imaginable, describing oceans of boiling sulfur, roaring demons, and eternal physical torture, designed to push your psychological fear to the absolute limit. And they have described heaven as a luxurious celestial resort up in the clouds, filled with rivers of milk and honey, streets paved with solid gold, celestial music, and eternal youth, designed to exploit your deepest human greed. Both these concepts are completely fictitious, yet they have exercised an incredible tyranny over the human mind. They are nothing but projection screens for human fear and greed, carefully manipulated by the priests to control your behavior in the present. They tell you to sacrifice your precious today, to tolerate every injustice, to suppress your intelligence, and to live like a dull, obedient zombie, all for the sake of a post-mortem reward that nobody has ever verified. They are pickpockets of the present moment. They steal your real, tangible now and hand you a fraudulent, unencassable check for a future that does not exist. There is a beautiful parable that perfectly exposes the linguistic and existential truth behind this grand religious deception. A wealthy, intensely rational atheist liar lived in a grand mansion. He was completely against all religious fairy tales, dogmas, and superstitions, and he wanted his children to grow up with a purely scientific, logical mindset, totally untouched by the fear of God or the greed for an imaginary heaven. To ensure that his children were constantly reminded of this rational perspective, he hired a master craftsman to paint a large, prominent inscription on the main wall of his magnificent living room. The letters were bold, sharp, and unmistakable, reading, "Heaven is nowhere." He wanted his family and everyone who visited his house to know his firm philosophical stance. For years, the inscription stood there, a symbol of cold intellectual logic. One day, his youngest daughter, who was just learning how to read, stood before the grand wall. She was a beautiful, completely innocent child, her mind entirely unpolluted by philosophical arguments or adult debates. She looked at the long, continuous word at the end of the sentence, and because she was small and inexperienced with large words, she naturally tried to break it down into smaller, simpler syllables that she could easily pronounce. She pointed her tiny finger at the letters and read the sentence slowly, innocently aloud. "Heaven is now here." The father, who was sitting nearby, reading his legal documents, was completely stunned. He dropped his papers, his heart skipping a beat as he looked at the wall through the eyes of his little daughter. In a single moment of innocent clarity, the entire meaning of his rational proclamation had been beautifully turned upside down. It was no longer a statement of cold denial. It had transformed into a brilliant, radiant statement of ultimate truth. It wasn't nowhere. It was now here. This is the ultimate secret of the enlightened consciousness, the very core of all genuine mysticism. Heaven is not a geographical coordinate somewhere beyond the stars. It is not a real estate project managed by an old man with a long white beard, where saints get golden crowns and VIP seats. That kind of heaven is nothing but an extension of the human ego, a projection of your unfulfilled worldly desires into the afterlife. True heaven is a quality of your consciousness right now, in this very moment. It is a state of absolute unclouded presence, a condition of total inner harmony, where the mind is completely silent and the heart is wide open. If you are totally present in this moment, without any regret for the past, without any anxiety for the future, deeply rooted in the reality of the immediate now, you are already standing in the middle of heaven. And hell is not a literal underground furnace where demons poke you with pitchforks. Hell is simply the psychological distance you create between yourself and the living reality of the present. When you are constantly drowning in the dead memories of what has passed, or shivering with fear about what might happen tomorrow, you are living in a state of deep fragmentation, tension, and neurosis. That inner friction, that constant postponement of life, is the only hell that exists. Hell is a mind that is absent. Heaven is a consciousness that is totally present. You don't need to die to reach heaven. You actually have to wake up from your psychological sleep to realize that heaven has always been right here, right now, waiting for you to notice its presence. But the priest and the politician can never allow you to understand this, because they are both master salesmen of the future. Their entire power structure relies on your chronic inability to live in the present. The politician continuously promises you a magnificent socio-political utopia tomorrow. He tells you that if you just sacrifice your comfort today, if you go to war and die for the nation, if you tolerate poverty and work 18 hours a day in factories, tomorrow your children will live in a perfect, classless, wealthy society. The priest promises you a celestial paradise after death if you simply obey his dogmas, pay your tithes, and live in a state of humble submission today. Both are absolute frauds who thrive by destroying your capacity to live. They take away your real, pulsating present and replace it with a beautiful, shiny mirage called the future. But the simple existential truth of life is that the future never comes. It does not exist. Whenever life happens, it happens only in the narrow, beautiful bridge of the now. The future is nothing but a mental concept, an illusion created by the ego to escape from the intimacy of the present reality. By constantly running after the carrot of tomorrow, you completely miss the immense wealth of today. You live a miserable, unfulfilled life, and you die without ever having tasted the true sweetness of existence. You are like a man who spends his entire life collecting maps of beautiful orchards, but never takes a single bite of a real juicy fruit. To step out of this trap, you must reclaim the absolute necessity of doubt. For centuries, organized religions have conditioned you to believe that doubt is a heinous sin, a demonic whisper that will lead your soul directly into the depths of hell. They demand absolute, unquestioning faith. They tell you to believe blindly in their books, their dogmas, and their infallible leaders. But why are they so desperately afraid of doubt? Because doubt is the absolute birth of human intelligence. Doubt is the sharp surgical knife that cuts through the thick layers of social conditioning, exposing the hollow lies of the establishment. The priest wants you to have faith because faith means total submission. It means you have closed your eyes and handed over the remote control of your life to a parasite. Faith is nothing but a plastic flower. It looks bright, it looks perfect, but it has no roots, no life, and absolutely no fragrance. It is a desperate, cowardly attempt to pretend that you know something which you deep down know you do not know. If you are sitting in a room and the sun is shining brightly through the window, you never stand up and say, I have absolute faith that the sun is shining. You don't need faith when you have eyes to see. You simply see the light, you feel its warmth, and the matter is settled. Faith is required only when you are completely ignorant and want to cover up your ignorance with a beautiful, comforting belief. Belief is a cheap substitute for real experiencing. The truly religious person, the true mystic, has no beliefs whatsoever. He has an intense, fiery thirst to know. He begins his journey with absolute doubt because he refuses to accept borrowed knowledge. He refuses to be satisfied with dead words written in ancient books. He clears the ground of his mind by burning away all the dry, dead leaves of social conditioning, creating a fertile, clean space where the living seed of direct, personal experience can sprout and grow. Look at the immense tragedy of human conditioning through books. The world is divided into factions that worship dead words, the Bible, the Quran, the Vedas, the Torah. Millions of people are ready to murder each other over a single punctuation mark or a specific interpretation of a phrase written thousands of years ago by primitive people who had no idea about the vastness of the universe. They have turned the word into an idol, completely forgetting that the word is not the thing it represents. A map of London is a highly useful tool if you want to find a street. But the map is not London. You cannot build a house inside the map. You cannot eat the paper it is printed on. And you cannot feel the cool breeze of the Thames by staring at a blue line on a page. If you get so deeply obsessed with the map that you start worshipping it, bowing down to it, and fighting with people who possess a different map, you are acting like a complete lunatic. The word is simply an arrow pointing toward a reality that lies far beyond the world of language. The word God is not God. The word love is not love. The word light is not light. But organized religions have turned the arrow into the absolute target. They spend generations writing massive commentaries, arguing over translations, and fighting bloody wars, completely missing the living existential truth that can only be lived in the silent spaces of your own heart, far beyond the reach of any language. To experience this wordless truth, you must understand the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is always borrowed. It comes from the outside, from parents, teachers, priests, and universities. It is an accumulation of dead facts, theories, and concepts that you store in your memory like a computer disk. You can become a massive scholar. You can memorize all the scriptures of the world. You can get multiple doctorates, but your inner being will remain completely dark, empty, and ignorant. Your knowledge is nothing but a beautiful decoration on your ignorance, a golden mask hiding a completely blind face. Wisdom, on the other hand, is never borrowed. It cannot be taught. It cannot be found in a library, and it cannot be handed down by a master. Wisdom is the spontaneous flowering of your own consciousness. It arises from the inside, from the deep wells of your own silent experiencing. Knowledge is an accumulation of things you have heard about truth. Wisdom is the direct, unmediated vision of truth itself. Knowledge makes you heavy, arrogant, and mechanical. Wisdom makes you incredibly light, immensely humble, and dutifully spontaneous. A knowledgeable man is always acting according to his old, dusty formulas, while a wise man responds to each new moment with absolute freshness, without any preconceived ideas, just like a mirror reflecting whatever stands before it. This return to freshness is what I call the recovery of wise innocence. Children are born in a state of ignorant innocence. They don't know anything, so their eyes are wide with wonder. They look at a small pebble on the beach, a colorful shell, or a crawling insect, and they are completely mesmerized. To them, every ordinary object is a magical doorway into a vast wonderland. This state of wonder is the true beginning of all real philosophy, science, and mysticism. But because their innocence is rooted in ignorance, it is incredibly fragile. It can be easily broken, easily manipulated, and easily brainwashed by society. As the child grows, society fills his empty mind with names, labels, and dogmas, destroying his wonder and turning him into a knowledgeable adult. The goal of true meditation, the goal of my entire work, is to help you move from that state of knowledgeable adulthood into the ultimate state of wise innocence. It is about systematically unlearning all the garbage that has been forced into your mind by the priests and the politicians. It is about dropping your beliefs, your dogmas, your prejudices, and your borrowed concepts, so that you can look at existence once again with completely naked, unpolluted eyes. You become a child again. But this time your innocence is not based on ignorance. It is backed by the immense maturity, clarity, and intelligence of an adult who has seen through all the illusions of the world. This wise innocence is the ultimate peak of human evolution, the state of a Buddha, the state of a Christ. It is a condition of absolute freedom, where you are no longer a part of the psychological collective, no longer a cog in the social machine, but a unique, radiant individual, deeply rooted in your own divine authority, living your life as a celebration, a dance, a song of pure joy. Look at how the collective mind operates to crush this individuality. Society loves mediocrity because mediocre people are highly predictable, easily controlled, and safely sheep-like. They never create any trouble for the establishment. They follow the rules blindly. They stand in line patiently and they live and die without ever making a ripple. But an individual is completely unpredictable. He follows his own light, he listens to his own heart, and his allegiance is not to a nation, a religion, or a political party, but to truth and love alone. He cannot be forced to join the herd, and he cannot be bribed by false honors and titles. Therefore, the collective mind looks upon the individual with intense hostility and fear. They call him eccentric, dangerous, antisocial, or crazy. They try every possible way to suppress his uniqueness, to clip his wings, and to force him into the mold of conformity. From your school days to your university, the entire education system is nothing but a factory designed to kill your uniqueness and turn you into an efficient, obedient utility for the economic and political machine. They don't want you to become a unique creator, a wild poet, or a rebellious mystic. They want you to become an obedient clerk, a compliant manager, or a disposable soldier. They replace your wild, untamed intelligence with a standardized, disciplined intellect that knows how to follow orders without ever questioning the morality of the command. This systematic destruction of the individual is the root cause of the immense boredom, frustration, and psychological misery that plagues modern humanity. You are living a life that is not yours. You are wearing a mask that has been forced upon your face by others. You are trying to fulfill the desires of your parents, the expectations of your teachers, and the moralistic demands of your priests, completely ignoring the wild, beautiful song that your own soul wants to sing. You are like an eagle that has been raised among chickens, conditioned to look down at the dirt, to scratch for seeds, and to believe that it cannot fly. You have completely forgotten the immense power of your wings. You have forgotten the wild freedom of the infinite sky, because you have become comfortable within the small, safe boundary of the chicken coop. But deep down, your eagle nature cannot be completely eradicated. It mutters in your dreams, it stirs in your moments of silent frustration, creating a deep, painful ache in your heart. You feel that something immensely valuable is missing, that you are simply surviving instead of truly living, that your life is a hollow, empty ritual devoid of any real juice or meaning. This inner pain is not a disease, it is actually a beautiful sign of life. It means the eagle inside you is still alive, still longing to break out of the chicken coop, still thirsting for the ultimate freedom of the heights. To reclaim your eagle nature, you must understand that true spirituality is an act of supreme rebellion. It is not about going to a church or a temple to bow down to a stone idol. It is not about repeating dead mantras or fasting to torture your body. True spirituality means having the courage to stand completely alone, free from the psychological collective, taking absolute responsibility for your own life, your own consciousness, and your own growth. It is about declaring your independence from the mafia of the soul. This requires an immense amount of courage, because when you step out of the herd will naturally turn against you. They will withdraw their social validation. They will criticize you. They will isolate you. And they will try to make you feel guilty for being different. But I tell you that isolation is a beautiful blessing in disguise. It is the golden doorway to your true self. When you are no longer looking for validation from the crowds, you are suddenly thrown back upon your own inner resources. You have to find your own center. You have to discover your own strength. And you have to walk on your own feet. In that very independence, your intelligence grows, your awareness sharpens, and your unique individuality begins to blossom like a beautiful flower in the middle of a wild jungle. Let this understanding sink deep into your heart, far below the level of intellectual comprehension. Do not try to analyze it with your logical mind, which has been deeply conditioned by the very forces we are exposing. Just let it resonate with your inner being. Let it awaken that silent, sleeping tiger inside your soul. You are not a sinner. You are not fallen. And you do not need any external savior to deliver you from an imaginary hell. You are a perfect, beautiful child of this vast universe, carrying the ultimate seed of the divine within your own awareness right now. The doors of paradise are not locked. They have always been wide open, waiting for you to drop your heavy luggage of borrowed beliefs and step through with absolute innocence, freshness, and joy. Stop looking up at the sky for a savior. Turn your gaze inward. Look into the silent depths of your own presence, and you will find that the very thing you have been searching for throughout eternity is already sitting there, breathing through your lungs, beating through your heart, and shining through your eyes. This inward gaze is the beginning of a true resurrection, a complete and radical shift from the noisy, superficial periphery of life to its absolute and silent center. The moment you stop looking outward for validation, for meaning, and for salvation, you throw the entire machinery of social conditioning into a state of absolute panic. The establishment cannot understand a man who is perfectly content within his own skin, a man who finds his ultimate paradise in the simple rhythm of his own breathing. Such a man is no longer a customer in their spiritual marketplace. He can no longer be blackmailed by the fear of hell or bribed by the promises of a post-mortem heaven. He has discovered a light within himself that renders all their external street lamps completely useless. And this is the exact point where true individuality is born. Not as an aggressive rebellion against society, but as a spontaneous, dutiful drop of a false identity. A total refusal to wear the plastic masks that have been prepared for you by the collective mind. Look closely at the nature of the identity that society has forced upon you from the very moment of your birth. It is nothing but a magnificent costume, a complex network of labels and titles designed to cover up your original nakedness. They tell you that you are a doctor, a liar, a citizen of a specific country, a member of a particular race, a saint, or a sinner. But all these labels belong entirely to the clothes you wear. They do not belong to your skin, and they most certainly do not belong to your soul. Your true being has no label, no nationality, no religion, and no race. It is a pristine, unpolluted space of pure awareness. But society is deeply terrified of this space. They want you to be a predictable, identifiable utility within their grand economic and political machine. They have replaced your natural intelligence with a fake surrogate called morality. What is your morality? Have you ever looked into it with absolute honesty? It is nothing but social convenience, a set of artificial traffic rules disguised as divine commandments. If you change your geographical location, your morality changes completely. In one country, having multiple spouses is considered a holy, blessed deed. In another country, just across the border, it is labeled a heinous crime that will land you in a maximum security prison. If morality were an intrinsic, essential part of human consciousness, it would be identical everywhere across the globe. Just as fire burns exactly the same way in India, in America, or on the highest peaks of the Himalayas. But your morality is purely geographical, totally artificial, and completely plastic. It is a set of chains painted in gold, designed to make you feel virtuous while you live in a state of absolute psychological slavery. To understand how deeply this external search has compromised your native intelligence, you must listen to a very ancient, beautifully ridiculous parable about a legendary character who perfectly mirrors the state of modern human consciousness. One evening, the townspeople saw Mullah Nasruddin crawling on his hands and knees on the dusty road under a bright street lamp. He was sweating profusely, weeping, and searching desperately through the dirt for something of immense value. A neighbor walked by, saw his distress, and asked Nasruddin, "What on earth are you looking for?" Nasruddin wiped the tears from his eyes and replied, "I have lost my house keys, and without them I cannot enter my home. Night is falling, the wolves are howling, and I am terrified. Please help me find them." The neighbor, being a kind and compassionate soul, immediately knelt down beside him in the dirt. Soon several other people from the marketplace noticed the commotion and joined the search. They spent hours combing through the dust, looking under small pebbles, sifting through the weeds, and searching every single millimeter of the ground directly under that bright street lamp. Finally, after hours of fruitless, back-breaking exhaustion, the neighbor stood up, rubbed his aching back, and asked Nasruddin, "We have searched this entire area meticulously and found absolutely nothing. Are you absolutely certain that you dropped your keys right here under this specific lamp?" Nasruddin looked up innocently and said, "Oh no, I didn't lose them out here at all. I lost them inside my house, in the darkest, deepest corner of my basement." The people stared at him in absolute shock, their faces turning red with pure anger. The neighbor shouted, "Are you completely insane? If you lost your keys inside your dark basement, why on earth are we wasting our lives searching for them out here on the street under this lamp?" Nasruddin smiled calmly, looked at them with immense pity, and gave an answer that is profoundly beautiful yet utterly ridiculous. Because out here under the street lamp there is plenty of light. It is very comfortable, very bright, and very easy to see. Inside my basement it is completely dark and I cannot see a thing. How can anyone search for anything in the dark? It is much more convenient to search out here, where the light is already available. This story is not an exaggeration. It is the literal, exact biography of the entire human race. You have lost your joy. You have lost your silence. You have lost your native innocence. And you have lost your paradise inside your own inner house, in the deepest, most mysterious basement of your own being. But because your inner world feels dark, unvisited, and terrifyingly vast, you choose the comfortable, convenient, and socially accepted option. You step out into the bright, well-lit marketplace of the world to look for your keys. You look for your joy in the accumulation of money. You look for your silence in social status and titles. You look for your paradise in political power or religious institutions. You are crawling on your hands and knees under the street lamp of the collective conditioning, searching desperately for something that simply does not exist out there. I tell you, your keys are not in the marketplace. They never were, and they never will be. You can search for millions of lifetimes. You can accumulate all the gold of the earth. You can become the most celebrated figure in human history, and you can conquer the entire planet. But you will never find your keys in the outside world. You will die in absolute misery, empty-handed, just like a pathetic beggar. Because you spent your entire life searching in the wrong place, simply because it was well lit by the expectations of society. You must gather an immense, ferocious amount of courage to leave the bright street lamp of the crowd behind. You must stand up, turn your back on the marketplace, walk back to your own house, and step directly into the dark, unknown, unmapped spaces of your own inner basement. The moment you turn your gaze inside, your very awareness acts as a brilliant, radiant light. It dissolves the darkness immediately, and you instantly find the keys that open the doors to eternal bliss, freedom, and godliness. But look at why people are so deeply terrified of looking inside. It is because the moment you close your eyes and look within, the very first thing you encounter is not godliness, not silence, and not bliss. The first thing you encounter is a massive mountain of psychological garbage that has been dumped into your being by society for decades. You find all the repressed anger, all the unexpressed jealousy, all the hidden wounds, all the dynamic fears, and all the chaotic thoughts that you have been trying to escape through your external activities. The inner house looks like a complete mess. It is full of spider webs, dust, and roaring monsters. When a person encounters this inner chaos for the first time, he becomes deeply frightened. He retreats immediately, opens his eyes, and runs back to the marketplace, saying, "There is nothing inside but darkness and madness. It is much better to watch a movie to go to a political rally, to drink in a bar, or to gossip with a friend. This flight from the inner reality is the root cause of all human entertainment and ambition. Your entire civilization is built on the desperate need to escape from yourself. You are running as fast as you can because you are terrified that if you slow down, if you sit silently for even a single hour, you will have to face the absolute emptiness and chaos of your own inner world. This flight from yourself manifests directly as the disease of political ambition. Why does a human being desire to possess power over others? Why does someone want to climb the greasy, cutthroat ladder of politics to become a prime minister, a president, or a dictator? Have you ever analyzed the psychology of ambition? It is a deep, agonizing, pathological compensation for an inner sense of absolute inferiority and hollow emptiness. A man who feels empty, insignificant, and worthless within himself seeks to cover up his inner poverty by gathering external power. He wants to sit on a high golden throne. He wants millions of people to tremble at his command. He wants his name written in the history books, and he wants armies to march at his behest, all so that he can desperately convince himself that he is truly somebody important. His political ambition is an extreme psychological sickness, a feverish attempt to escape from his own zero-ness. He believes that if he can conquer the outside world, his inner void will be automatically filled. But it is an absolute illusion. Look at Alexander the Great. Look at Adolf Hitler. Look at Joseph Stalin. These men achieved supreme power over millions of lives, yet they died in absolute torment, paranoia, and inner poverty. Their external power could not touch their inner vacuum even for a single second. A truly fulfilled man, a man who has tasted the sweet inner nectar of his own divine being, can never possess any political ambition whatsoever. Why would he want to rule over others when he already rules over his own consciousness? Why would he want to possess external wealth when he carries an inexhaustible, eternal gold mine of peace and joy inside his own heart? The politician is a miserable beggar disguised as a powerful ruler. The mystic is a supreme emperor disguised as an ordinary beggar. The priest works hand in hand with the politician to ensure that this inner vacuum remains unhealed, because their entire livelihood depends on your spiritual starvation. To keep you dependent on their churches and temples, They have committed the ultimate crime against humanity. They have systematically glorified suffering and poverty, turning them into holy virtues. For thousands of years, they have told the poor, starving masses, "Blessed are the poor, for theirs is the kingdom of God." It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into heaven. What absolute malicious and toxic nonsense! If poverty is truly a blessing, if it is a holy passport to the kingdom of God, then why don't the popes, the bishops, the imams, and the wealthy priests immediately give away all their palaces, their gold, and their luxury cars? Why don't they jump straight into the muddy gutters, become starving beggars, and secure their VIP seats in paradise? They don't do it because they know damn well that poverty is not a blessing. It is an absolute curse, a social crime, and a deep degradation of the human soul. They want you to stay poor, uneducated, and miserable, because a poor man never has the time, the energy, or the intelligence to think critically, to doubt, or to rebel against his exploitation. A starving man is entirely occupied with his next meal. His entire biological energy is exhausted in the basic struggle for survival. He is weak, vulnerable, and easily terrified by the priest's threats of hellfire. Poverty is not holy. It is ugly, dark, and destructive. It must be wiped off the face of the earth through the absolute application of intelligence, technology, and science. But the priest condemns science, and the politician rages through intelligence. Because the moment science eliminates poverty and intelligence destroys superstition, the entire empire of the priest and the politician will evaporate into thin air. True spirituality does not look upon wealth with suspicion. It recognizes that external wealth is a beautiful step toward the realization of inner wealth. Throughout human history, true spiritual awakening has almost always happened in societies that had reached a certain peak of material affluence. Look at Gautam Buddha. He was the son of a powerful king, raised in magnificent palaces, surrounded by the ultimate luxury, comfort, and pleasure. He tasted all the wealth that the physical world could offer, and it was precisely through that total experiencing that he realized its ultimate limitation. He saw that even if you have the most beautiful women, the finest food, and the grandest palaces, your inner being still remains unfulfilled, still yearns for the eternal, and still searches for the deathless. Because he was materially wealthy, his search became purely spiritual. A poor man can never truly understand the limitation of material wealth because he has never possessed it. In his dreams, he is always accumulating money, always building houses, and always fantasizing about luxury. His mind is completely materialistic. The real materialistic mind belongs to the poor man who lacks wealth but is obsessed with it. The truly spiritual mind can only arise when you have seen through the illusion of external wealth by possessing it, or when you have a sharp, penetrating intelligence that can see through it without needing to go through the physical process. Science can give you external wealth. It can free you from the brutal struggle for survival, and it can give you the leisure and comfort necessary to look within. Therefore, I am not against science, I am for science. Science is the outer search for truth in matter. Spirituality is the inner search for truth in consciousness. They are two wings of the same bird, completely necessary for human evolution. But to step out of this trap, you must understand the immense danger of the collective mind, what I call the mob mentality. The crowd is a collection of sleeping souls, a gathering of deeply hypnotized robots. When you become a part of a crowd, you immediately drop your individual intelligence and inherit a collective stupidity. The crowd has no consciousness. It has only a primitive, blind animal instinct. Look at the bloody history of human atrocities, massacres, religious inquisitions, racial riots, nationalistic wars. An individual sitting alone in the quiet silence of his living room would never dream of going out onto the street to burn his neighbor's house, to stone a woman, or to slaughter an innocent child simply because they belong to a different religion, speak a different language, or wave a different colored flag. Alone, he possesses a basic human sensitivity, a spark of natural compassion. But the moment that very same individual joins a massive, hysterical crowd, his individual responsibility completely evaporates. He ceases to be a human being. He becomes a single cell in a giant, primitive, mindless monster called the mob. He acts out of pure blind rage, driven by the slogans, the flags, and the fiery, manipulative speeches of the politicians and the priests. The crowd gives him a perfect psychological alibi, a complete cover of absolute anonymity. He feels that he is no longer responsible for his actions, that the crowd is doing it, that the nation is doing it, or that God Himself is commanding it. This collective hypnotization is the most destructive and dangerous force on this earth, and the only antidote to this global madness is the systematic creation of authentic individuals who fiercely refuse to merge their intelligence into the dark, unconscious ocean of the crowd. Look at how this crowd mentality has completely poisoned the most beautiful experience of human life, the energy of love. Love is an existential reality, a spontaneous, fluid flowering of two souls meeting in absolute freedom. It is like a wild breeze that comes out of the blue, enters your window, fills your room with an unutterable fragrance, and leaves whenever it chooses. You cannot command it, you cannot control it, and you cannot predict it. But society is deeply terrified of the fluid, unpredictable nature of love. The politician and the priest want everything to be fixed, ordered, and static so that they can manage it easily. Therefore, they have committed a monstrous crime against love. They have institutionalized it, turning it into a legal dead contract called marriage. Marriage is nothing but the formal graveyard of a living love affair. Why are people so eager to jump into the prison of marriage? Because they are living in deep fear of the unknown, shaking with insecurity about the future. They want to turn a living, breathing, unpredictable connection into a permanent legal guarantee. They want to ensure that tomorrow, next year, and for the rest of their lives, they will still have absolute possession over the other person. But the simple existential truth of life is that you can only possess a dead thing. You can never possess a living, free being. The moment you try to possess a woman or a man, the moment you bind them with legal documents, vows, and religious rituals, you have killed the wild bird of love. You have stuffed it, mounted it on a wall, and turned it into a piece of dead furniture, a commodity, a social object. Love is a wild creature. Its very beauty lies in its freedom, in its spontaneity, in the fact that it cannot be taken for granted. The moment you replace freedom with duty, the moment a husband is forced to say, "I love you," because it is a marital obligation, the words turn into pure poison. The joy disappears, the ecstasy evaporates, and what remains is nothing but a cold, bitter, resentful partnership in misery, sustained entirely by social respectability and legal fear. True love does not know the language of possessiveness, because possessiveness is the ultimate expression of the ego. The ego always wants to control, to dominate, and to turn the other into a slave. But love is the absolute dissolution of the ego. Love is a state of deep reverence, a beautiful space where you respect the other person's freedom just as much as you respect your own. If you love a flower, you don't pluck it from its stem to possess it, because the moment you pluck it, it dies. Its beauty withers and it ceases to be the very thing you loved. If you truly love the flower, you leave it alone. You watch it bloom in the morning sun, you smell its fragrance in the wind, and you protect its freedom. True love is not a relationship, it is a quality of your being. It is an overflowing of your own inner joy, a radiant field of compassion that you share with everyone who crosses your path, without any conditions, without any expectations, and without any hidden agendas. You love simply because your heart is full to the brim and you cannot contain it any longer. Just as a rose must release its fragrance simply because it has bloomed. When your love is pure, free from the poison of possessiveness and marriage, it becomes a majestic vehicle for your spiritual awakening. It ceases to be a biological trap and transforms into a divine door, leading straight into the ultimate reality. To reach this state of pure love and authentic individuality, you must master the ultimate art of meditation, the simple, profound science of witnessing. Witnessing is the master key to the hidden treasures of your consciousness. It is the only tool that can completely dismantle the entire structure of your social conditioning without creating any inner conflict or violence. For centuries, religions have taught you that to grow spiritually, you must fight against your mind, repress your thoughts, control your desires, and force yourself into a state of artificial peace. But I tell you, all fighting against the mind is an absolute exercise in futility. It is like a man who tries to clear a muddy pool of water by beating it with a stick. The more he beats the water, the more the mud rises from the bottom, and the more chaotic the pool becomes. The mind cannot be controlled by force, because the very entity that is trying to control the mind is also a part of the mind. It is your ego trying to play a pious game of self-mastery. The only way to dissolve the chaos of the mind is to step out of the stream entirely, to sit quietly on the bank and to become a silent, non-judgmental witness. When you sit silently with your eyes closed, do not try to stop your thoughts. Do not fight them. Do not judge them as good or bad, and do not try to follow them. Just watch them pass by, exactly like a crowd of strangers walking past your window on the street, or like white clouds floating lazily across the vast blue sky. If a thought of anger arises, simply look at it with absolute detachment. Do not say, "This is very bad. I am a spiritual seeker. I should not feel angry." And do not get carried away by the anger, fabricating stories about who insulted you. Just watch the anger as a separate phenomenon, a passing cloud in the sky of your awareness. As you practice this silent observation, a magnificent magic begins to happen. Slowly, beautifully, a gap arises between the witness and the witnessed. You realize with absolute unshakable clarity that you are the vast, silent, undisturbed space through which the thoughts are passing, not the thoughts themselves. You are the mirror that reflects the reflection, completely untouched by the dirt or the beauty of the image. This gap is the birth of your ultimate freedom. The moment you realize you are the witness, the mind loses its grip over your life. The thoughts continue to come, but they no longer possess any power to disturb your peace, because you have pulled your energy out of them. And under the steady, warm light of your non-judgmental awareness, the mind slowly begins to tire. The thoughts become fewer and fewer. The gaps between them become wider and wider, until suddenly a moment arrives when the entire parade of thoughts disappears completely. You are left standing alone in a space of absolute crystalline silence. A silence so deep, so profound, that it has no boundary, no beginning, and no end. This absolute silence is what the ancient masters called the state of zeroness, the ultimate vacuum, the pristine emptiness of the soul. It is the condition of being a total, absolute nobody. The entire world is running a mad, competitive race after somebody's. Everyone is desperately trying to be important, to gather fame, to achieve prestige, and to project a massive ego into the universe. But the greater your ego, the heavier your burden, the deeper your anxiety, and the more agonizing your inner torment. The ego is a heavy stone tied around your neck, dragging your soul down into the dark oceans of misery. The moment you accept your absolute insignificance, the moment you drop your desire to be somebody important, a miraculous transformation takes place. You realize that you are an integral, organic part of this magnificent, intelligent universe. You don't need to prove your worth to anyone because existence has already chosen you to be here. If you were not needed, if the universe could function perfectly without you, you would not be breathing right now. Your very existence is proof that you are deeply loved, deeply nourished, and deeply wanted by the whole. The moment you accept your absolute zeroness, the moment you are completely happy being a total nobody, an ordinary blade of grass, a silent sigh in the wind, a single drop of water in the vast ocean, all your psychological burdens drop instantly. You have nothing left to lose, nothing left to defend, and nowhere left to run. You are completely free. You become an emperor of the inner world because you have embraced your absolute emptiness, which is the only way to be filled with the infinite, radiant presence of the divine. Let this silent understanding sink deep into the very cells of your being, far below the noisy chatter of your logical intellect. Do not try to convert this into a dogma, a belief, or a system of thought. Just let it vibrate within your heart like a beautiful silent melody. You are not a sinner. You have never fallen, and you do not need any external savior to rescue you from an imaginary hell. You are a perfect, pristine expression of this wild, ecstatic existence, carrying the ultimate seed of absolute godliness within your own awareness right now. The doors of paradise have never been locked. They are wide open in this very moment, waiting for you to drop your heavy luggage of borrowed knowledge, to step out of the crowds and to realize that heaven is not nowhere but beautifully, radiantly, eternally now here. This eternal now here is not a station where you can arrive and settle down forever, because life is not a static thing. It is a dynamic, ever-flowing current. The moment you understand that paradise is right here, in this very breath, you stop moving on the horizontal line of time. The horizontal line is the world of the mind. It consists of the past, which is nothing but a collection of dead shadows, and the future, which is nothing but a projection of your unfulfilled desires. The mind can only exist in time. It feeds on your memories and thrives on your imaginations. It cannot breathe in the immediate present because the present is the death of the mind. When you are totally present, there is no room for thought, no space for anxiety, and no possibility of hesitation. You are simply there, a pure mirror reflecting the immense majesty of the universe. This is the vertical dimension of existence, a dimension that does not move from yesterday to tomorrow, but sinks deeper and deeper into the bottomless depths of the present moment. It is a movement from the surface to the center, from the noisy periphery of your thoughts to the absolute thunderous silence of your soul. Look at how the entire human race has been conditioned to live exclusively on the horizontal line. You are always preparing for something else, always getting ready to live, but never actually living. When you are a child, your parents and teachers tell you to prepare for your youth, to study hard so that you can get a good job and a respectable position in society. When you reach your youth, you are told to work hard, to accumulate wealth, and to raise a family so that you can have a secure and comfortable old age. And when you finally reach old age, you spend your time visiting doctors, shivering with the fear of death, and looking desperately toward an imaginary heaven after life. Your entire existence becomes a long, exhausting preparation for a tomorrow that never arrives. You are like a man who spends his entire life buying bricks, cement, and wood to build a grand palace, but dies standing in the rain because he was so busy collecting materials that he completely forgot to build the house. This postponement of life is the primary source of your deep psychological misery. You are never where you are. Your body is sitting in this room, but your mind is wandering in the alleys of yesterday or flying in the clouds of tomorrow. You are a divided house, a fragmented being, and this inner separation creates an immense, constant state of tension and anxiety within your soul. To dissolve this inner division, you must understand the deep psychological investment that the priest and the politician have in keeping you on the horizontal line of time. If you become perfectly content in the present moment, their entire business model collapses instantly. The politician rules through your fear of the future and your greed for a political utopia. The priest rules through your guilt about the past and your desire for a celestial paradise after death. Both are master merchants of the future, selling you abstract concepts and shiny illusions in exchange for your living, breathing reality today. They have created a false, personified concept of God to act as the ultimate border security guard for their empire. Why did they turn the divine into a person? Why did they paint God as an old man sitting on a golden throne beyond the clouds, keeping a massive ledger of all your sins and virtues? Because a person can be feared, a person can be bartered with, and a person can be manipulated through prayers and rituals. A personified God requires a priest to act as a middleman, an interpreter, and a diplomat to negotiate between you and the celestial authorities. If God is a person, then you must bow down. You must feel guilty, and you must follow the rules laid down in ancient books to avoid his terrible wrath. But I tell you, there is no God as a person sitting anywhere in the universe. The concept of a personified God is an absolute lie, a grand fiction invented by the priests to exploit your psychological vulnerability. God is not a person. God is a quality. God is an experience. It is much more accurate to call it godliness. Godliness is the alive, pulsating, intelligent energy that permeates every single cell of this magnificent universe. It is the silent dance of the green trees in the wind. It is the ecstatic rush of the rivers toward the wild ocean. It is the silent, radiant light of the distant stars. And it is the very consciousness that allows you to listen to my words right now. Godliness cannot be possessed. It cannot be institutionalized. And it cannot be managed by a church or a temple. It does not require any priest, any ritual, or any holy scripture. To experience godliness, you don't need to go to a mosque, a church, or a synagogue. You simply need to drop your mind, clear the windows of your perception, and look at existence with absolute clarity and innocence. The moment you are silent, the moment your ego dissolves into the vast ocean of the present, you realize that you are not separate from the universe. You are an organic, intrinsic part of the whole. You don't worship godliness, you live it, you breathe it, and you dance it. The politician uses this personified God to justify the creation of artificial boundaries, nations, and flags, which are nothing but giant concentration camps designed to divide humanity and maintain political power. Have you ever looked at the planet Earth from a distance through the eyes of an astronaut? There are no nations. There are no colored lines painted across the land. And there are no fictions called borders. There is only one beautiful, radiant, blue planet floating gracefully in the silent infinity of space. Nature knows no nations. The wind doesn't ask for a visa before it crosses from India to Pakistan. The clouds don't show a passport before they pour their life giving rain on the fields of America or China. And the birds don't recognize any national sovereignty when they fly across the continents in search of warmer weather. Nations are purely psychological diseases, fictions created by the greedy minds of politicians to divide human beings into separate warring herds. They have created the dangerous myth of patriotism, what I call the ultimate form of nationalistic neurosis. They tell you that it is your highest, most sacred duty to love your country and to be ready to sacrifice your precious life to murder people who live across an imaginary line simply because they wave a different colored piece of cloth called a flag. Look at the sheer, unadulterated madness of war. Millions of young men, full of raw life, creativity, and potential, are sent to the front lines to slaughter each other with sophisticated weapons, all for the sake of political egos, national pride, and economic exploitation. The politicians who start the wars never go to the front lines themselves. They sit comfortably in their air-conditioned palaces, drinking expensive wine, and moving young men across the map like disposable pawns in a chess game. And the priest stands right behind the politician, blessing the weapons, praying to God for the victory of their specific nation, and telling the soldiers that if they die fighting for the fatherland, they will go straight to heaven as holy martyrs. It is a magnificent, blood-soaked conspiracy. Patriotism is not a virtue. It is a profound sickness of the soul, a primitive tribal instinct that keeps humanity in a state of constant barbarism. True intelligence requires the absolute destruction of all nationalistic boundaries. The world must become one single global community, free from passports, free from armies, and free from the political borders that separate brother from brother. We must claim our primary identity not as citizens of a specific nation, but as children of this vast, magnificent universe. This political and religious exploitation is supported from the very beginning by the modern education system, which functions as an efficient factory designed to kill human intelligence and manufacture obedient, compliant slaves for the establishment. Have you ever noticed that children are born as pure geniuses? Every single child is full of an intense, wild curiosity, a ferocious intelligence, and an unquenchable thirst to know the truth. They ask the most profound fundamental questions about life, death, the stars, and existence. Questions that most adults, universities, and priests cannot answer. But society cannot tolerate a world full of geniuses because geniuses are completely unpredictable, fiercely independent, and absolutely rebellious. A genius cannot be brainwashed into joining an army to commit murder. A genius cannot be forced to work in a dull mechanical factory to accumulate wealth for a few billionaires. And a genius cannot be frightened by the ridiculous fairy tales of the church. Therefore, the moment a child enters a school, the systematic destruction of his unique intelligence begins. The education system replaces your natural intelligence with a fake intellect. It teaches you what to think, never how to think. It rewards memory and punishes original insight. The child who can memorize dead facts, repeat outdated theories, and copy the teacher's words exactly is rewarded with top marks, medals, and high praise. He is labeled a good, successful student. The child who dares to question the textbook, who displays original creativity, and who refuses to conform to the standardized curriculum is punished, ridiculed, and labeled a troublemaker. By the time you graduate from a university with a degree, your natural wonder has been completely wiped out. Your wild, untamed intelligence has been successfully castrated, and you have been turned into an efficient, predictable, and obedient bureaucrat, a compliant manager, or a docile employee. You have been trained to fit perfectly into the adjusting socio-political machine, to help maintain the status quo of the rulers, and to live a life of comfortable, respectable mediocrity. You have swept your golden wings of original genius for a small, safe, plastic perch inside the social cage. This systematic castration of intelligence is the true reason why modern humanity is drowning in an ocean of profound boredom, frustration, and psychological emptiness. You are living a life that belongs entirely to others. You are living out the unfulfilled ambitions of your parents, the moral demands of your priests, and the economic expectations of your society. You have completely lost touch with your own inner source of joy and guidance. You are like a beautiful wild tiger that has been raised in a small, crowded circus cage since its birth. The circus trainers have beaten you, conditioned you through hunger and reward, and taught you how to perform unnatural, ridiculous tricks for the entertainment of the crowds. You have forgotten how to roar. You have forgotten the wild freedom of the dense jungle, and you have forgotten the majestic, ferocious power of your own body. You have become a pathetic, well-behaved caricature of a tiger, jumping through rings of fire at the command of a master. But deep down, your true tiger nature cannot be completely obliterated. It stirs in your moments of silent depression. It mutters in your late night anxieties, and it manifests as a constant, painful ache in your heart, a realization that your life is empty, meaningless, and devoid of any real juice or ecstasy. To reclaim your true nature, to step out of the circus cage and roar with absolute freedom once again, you must understand the true meaning of freedom. Society has given you a false, highly superficial concept of freedom, what I call freedom from or freedom to. They tell you that you have political freedom because you have the right to vote once every few years, to choose which particular politician will exploit you for the next term. They tell you that you have economic freedom because you have the choice to work for this corporation or that factory. They tell you that you have religious freedom because you can choose to be a Catholic, a Protestant, a Hindu, or a Muslim. But all these choices are nothing but an illusion. They are simply the freedom to choose between different brands of the exact same slavery. True freedom is not a choice between alternatives. True freedom is a state of being. It is what the ancient Eastern mystics called mukti or moksha, absolute, unconditioned inner liberation. It is the freedom from the conditioning of the past, freedom from the fear of the future, and freedom from the absolute tyranny of the collective mind. It is the freedom to be just yourself, uniquely, authentically, and spontaneously, without any guilt, without any masks, and without any need for social validation. This ultimate freedom requires the total dissolution of the ego. The ego is the false center that has been created inside your mind by society to replace your true center, which is your soul. When a child is born, he has no ego. He is a pure, undivided space of awareness. He doesn't think of himself as separate from existence. He doesn't say, I am this or I am that. But as he grows, society needs a handle to manipulate him, a hook to catch his consciousness. So they give him a name, a specific identity, and a continuous stream of praise and criticism. If the child obeys the parents, they smile, they hug him, and they tell him he is a good boy. If he disobeys, they frown, they beat him, and they tell him he is a bad boy. Slowly the child learns to look outside himself for his identity. He starts collecting the opinions of others like a beggar collecting coins in a bowl. This collection of opinions, this image that you build based on what others say about you, is your ego. The ego is entirely dependent on the collective mind. If people praise you, your ego expands. You feel high, important, and virtuous. If people criticize you, look down on you, or ignore you, your ego shrinks. You fall into a deep depression and you feel worthless. You are constantly at the mercy of the crowd, constantly dancing like a puppet to the tune of social approval. The ego is like a reflection of the moon in a broken bucket of muddy water. It is unstable, it is fragmented, and it is completely false. But you have become so deeply identified with this reflection that you spend your entire life trying to protect it, decorate it, and defend it against any threat. You gather money, titles, degrees, and respectability to reinforce this plastic ego. But the more you feed the ego, the more empty and terrified your true soul becomes. The ego is a barrier that prevents you from experiencing the living reality of existence. It is like a thick, dirty pair of sunglasses that you wear constantly, turning the radiant, colorful beauty of the world into a dull, dark, and gloomy monochrome. To find your true center, you don't need to cultivate or improve your ego. You simply need to see its absolute falsity and let it drop into the dust. You don't need anyone's permission to be yourself. You don't need the validation of the priest, the politician, or the crowd to justify your existence. The universe has given you birth. The whole existence has wanted you to be here. You are already an emperor, a divine expression of the whole. The moment you drop the false search for social respectability, the moment you are completely happy being an absolute nobody, the broken bucket drops, the muddy water flows away, the false reflection disappears, and you find the real, eternal moon shining brightly in the infinite sky of your own inner consciousness. This discovery of your true center throws you into a state of absolute, beautiful insecurity. The mind is deathly afraid of insecurity. It seeks certainty, safety, predictability, and guarantees at all costs. It wants to map out everything in advance, to build thick concrete walls around your life, and to live in a controlled, completely secure environment. But life, by its very nature, is fundamentally insecure, wild, unpredictable, and hazardous. It is an open, untamed ocean, not a safe, chlorinated swimming pool. The only place where you can find absolute security, absolute predictability, and absolute lack of change is inside a graveyard. A dead body is perfectly secure. It can never fall sick. It can never have an accident. It can never be insulted. And it can never fail. It is completely safe. But the more you strive for absolute security in your life, the more dead, mechanical, and stone like you become. You choose a secure job that you hate. You stay in a secure marriage that has turned into a living hell, and you hold on to secure religious beliefs that insult your intelligence, all because you are terrified of the wild, roaring insecurity of the alive world. I tell you, true wisdom means learning to fall in love with insecurity. Insecurity is the very fragrance of life, the ultimate thrill of freedom, and the golden doorway to constant creativity and evolution. To be truly alive means to walk on the razor's edge, to live without any guarantees, and to be ready to embrace each new moment as an absolute surprise. When you live in deep harmony with insecurity, your life ceases to be a heavy, dull routine and transforms into a magnificent adventure, a constant voyage of discovery into the unknown. You don't know what will happen tomorrow. You don't know what the next moment will bring. And that very unpredictability makes your heart dance with intense excitement and joy. You become flexible, fluid, and incredibly spontaneous, just like a wild river that carves its own unique path through the high mountains, bypassing every obstacle, dancing over the rocks, and rejoicing in its movement toward the infinite ocean. To live this life of adventure and freedom, you must understand the profound difference between a priest and a true spiritual master. The priest is a politician in religious clothes, an agent of the establishment whose primary function is to condition your mind, to load you with beliefs, and to keep you small, dependent, and obedient within the herd. The priest demands faith, promises safety, and gives you synthetic answers to questions you have not even asked. The true spiritual master, on the other hand, is an absolute destroyer of all crutches. He is a master of unlearning. He has no interest in conditioning your mind. His entire work is to completely decondition you, to dismantle all your beliefs, to burn away your dogmas, and to shatter your false security. He does not give you any answers. He simply takes away all your illusions so that you are left facing the magnificent, naked mystery of existence on your own. A true master does not want followers because following is a form of spiritual cowardice, an attempt to avoid the responsibility of your own journey. A true master wants companions, friends, and fellow travelers who are ready to look into the unknown with absolute courage and intelligence. He does not want you to copy his life, his gestures, or his words. He wants you to discover your own unique light, to walk on your own unique feet, and to sing your own unique song. This journey into the unknown is the only true religion that exists. Real religion is not an organization. It is not a church. It is not a creed. And it is not a collective label that you wear on your forehead. Real religion is a deeply personal, intensely individual love affair between your unique consciousness and the vast living intelligence of the universe. It is a state of constant awakening, a condition of absolute presence and total celebration. When you are truly religious, your entire life becomes a beautiful prayer. Not a prayer made of spoken words or formal rituals, but a prayer of pure gratitude, a silent bow to the immense magic of existence. You don't ask for anything, you don't beg for forgiveness, and you don't look for a post-mortem reward. You simply rejoice in the fact that you are alive, that you can breathe, that you can see the beauty of a flower, and that you can feel the warmth of love in your heart. Your life becomes an ecstatic dance, a beautiful song, a continuous celebration of the eternal present. Let this understanding pierce through the thick walls of your mental conditioning like a brilliant bolt of lightning. Do not try to store it in your memory as another theory, another philosophy, or another set of concepts to argue about in the marketplace. Just let it resonate with the deepest, most silent layers of your inner being. Wake up from your long induced psychological sleep. Drop the false burdens of guilt, sin, and original fall that have been forced upon your back by the mafia of the soul. Stand tall in your own native intelligence, your own pristine innocence, and your own divine authority. You don't need any savior. You don't need any pope. And you don't need any politician to give you permission to be free. The ultimate kingdom of heaven, is not a remote destination beyond the stars. It is your own unclouded awareness right now in this very heartbeat. Drop your luggage, step out of the crowd, claim your wild, beautiful freedom, and realize that paradise is not nowhere but radiantly, eternally, magnificently now here. And this magnificent presence, this immediate reality of the now here, is the absolute death of all spiritual ambitions. Because even the desire to achieve enlightenment is nothing but the final, most subtle trap of the ego. The mind is incredibly cunning. When it realizes that it can no longer play its greedy games in the material world, when it sees through the illusion of money, political power, and social status, it immediately shifts its territory to the spiritual realm. It starts asking for liberation. It starts desiring the awakening of the Kundalini energy. It starts craving for visions of the divine, and it starts calculating how many lifetimes it will take to reach the ultimate peak of Buddhahood. But I tell you, the psychology of desire remains exactly the same. Whether you desire a bigger house in the suburbs or a higher seat in heaven, it is the same horizontal movement of the mind, the same projection of an unfulfilled today into a fictional tomorrow. You are still running after a carrot. You are still treating yourself as incomplete. And you are still refusing to see the utter perfection of this immediate moment. True awakening does not mean achieving something new. It means dropping the very desire to achieve, realizing that there is nowhere to go, nothing to become, and no one to satisfy. You are already a Buddha. You are already a Christ. You are already an essential organic expression of this divine universe. You don't need to attain perfection. You simply need to relax into your absolute ordinariness and enjoy the beauty of being alive right now. Look at how the mafia of the soul has commercialized and institutionalized this spiritual search, turning enlightenment into a remote, almost impossible commodity that can only be purchased through centuries of self-torture, guilt, and absolute submission to their authority. They have created a giant spiritual bureaucracy with levels, initiations, degrees, and secret formulas, all designed to make you feel fundamentally disqualified. They tell you that you are a sinner, that you are full of darkness, and that you must perform endless rituals to purify your soul before you can even catch a glimpse of the light. But why should you need to qualify to receive the gifts of existence? Look at the wild nature around you. Does the sun ask the rose if it is qualified to receive its warm light before it allows its petals to open? Does the rain cloud demand a moral certificate from the earth before it showers its life giving water on the thirsty soil? Does the wind check your religious affiliation before it fills your lungs with fresh oxygen? Existence gives unconditionally, leaves its treasures entirely unprotected, and pours its love upon the saint and the sinner alike, without any judgment, without any prejudice, and without any conditions. The idea of qualification is an invention of the priest to maintain his monopoly over your consciousness, to make himself the absolute gatekeeper of paradise, so that you will eternally depend on his guidance and pay your taxes to his church. There is a profoundly beautiful story from the ancient traditions of India that perfectly illustrates this existential truth. A story that sits at the very heart of what real religion is before it becomes corrupted by priests and politicians. An old enlightened sage lived in a remote mountain cave, far away from the busy marketplaces of the world. For decades, great kings, wealthy merchants, and celebrated scholars traveled from distant lands to see him, bowing down at his feet, offering him chests of gold, and begging him to accept them as his disciples. But the old sage looked at them with absolute indifference and refused every single one of them, saying, "Go away. You are not ready. You are not qualified, and I have nothing to say to you." He drove them away with fierce arguments and harsh words. But then, as he reached the absolute sunset of his life, when his body became old and fragile, he decided to walk down from the mountain into a small, ordinary village at the base of the hills. He sat under a tree in the middle of the village square, called out to the simple farmers, the illiterate laborers, and the poor children who were playing in the dirt, and began initiating all of them into the deepest mysteries of the soul, without asking for a single coin, without checking their character, and without any hesitation. One of his long-time traveling companions, who had watched him refuse the greatest kings and scholars for decades, was completely mystified. He pulled the old sage aside and said, "Master, I am completely confused by your behavior. For 30 years, the most qualified people on earth, virtuous kings, brilliant philosophers, and disciplined ascetics, came to your cave, offered you their lives, and you rejected all of them, telling them they were not qualified. And now you are accepting these third-rate, rotten, ordinary people living in this simple village who know absolutely nothing about religion, nothing about meditation, and nothing about initiation. They have only gathered around you out of sheer curiosity because they had nothing else to do this afternoon. Why are you sovering your ultimate secrets upon these completely unqualified souls? The old sage smiled beautifully. His eyes fill with radiant, soft tears of immense compassion, and he gave an answer that every seeker must engrave deep within his heart. He said, "Don't be worried, my friends. There is no mystery in it at all. The times I refused those kings and scholars were the times I had nothing to give." It was not a question of their qualifications. It was entirely a question of my qualification. I had not blossomed myself. I was still searching, I was still struggling, and my own inner house was not yet full of light. I refused them because I could not cheat people. I could not give them borrowed knowledge, and I could not act like a master when I was still a beggar myself. But today, I have blossomed. The ultimate realization has happened within my soul, and my entire being is overflowing with the unutterable fragrance of the divine. But unfortunately, I am the kind of flower which blossoms late in the morning, and by the evening the petals must fall, wither, and disappear into the dust. My time on this earth is running out, and I am burdened by the sheer weight of my own joy. I must share it, I must pour it out, and I must shower it upon whoever is present before my petals fall. Does a blooming flower ask you, "Are you qualified to receive my fragrance?" It simply releases its sweetness into the wind, and whoever breathes is blessed by it. So why should I ask for qualifications? You just take it. I am burdened. Before I leave this world, I want to share something. I want to go with the contentment that I am not a poor man, that I am dying an emperor, not a beggar. This is the true nature of an enlightened consciousness. Religion is always given by those people who have absolutely no need of religion themselves. A Buddha, a Christ, an Osho, they don't need religion because they are already religion itself. Their life is a spontaneous flowering. Their breathing is a silent prayer, and their presence is an open door to the divine. Their only need is the need of a heavy rain cloud that must shower simply because it can no longer hold the immense weight of its own water. They shower their love, their silence, and their wisdom upon the whole world without checking who is worthy, who is familiar, who is a stranger or who is qualified. They are completely indifferent to the social, moral, and political categories created by the human mind. They see only one thing: a world of sleeping gods who are dreaming that they are beggars, a world of beautiful divine beings who are crying out in fear because they have forgotten their own eternal nature. Their entire work is to shake you out of your deep hypnosis, to disturb your comfortable nightmares, and to remind you of the infinite sky that waits outside your self-created cages. To receive this unconditional fragrance, you must understand the ultimate irony of the spiritual journey. The very search for truth is the final barrier to the realization of truth. As long as you are searching, you are implying that truth is separate from you, that it lives somewhere far away in the future, or that it is hidden in some remote geographical location like the Himalayas or an ancient temple. This implication keeps your mind active, keeps your ego alive, and keeps you moving on the horizontal line of time. But truth is not an object that can be found through a search. Truth is the very subject that is doing the searching. The thing you are looking for throughout eternity is already sitting right there, looking through your eyes, listening through your ears, and beating through your heart. You are like a man who has his glasses sitting comfortably on his own forehead, but spends his entire life running frantically through the house, crying out in deep despair, "Where are my glasses? Someone has stolen my vision. Help me find my sight." He searches under the carpets. He looks in the cupboards. He asks his neighbors. And the more frantically he searches, the more anxious, blind, and miserable he becomes. All his searching is completely useless because the glasses are already attached to his face. He doesn't need to find his glasses. He simply needs to stop searching, calm down his frantic mind, reach up his hand, and realize that what he was looking for has been with him the entire time. This realization brings a profound, majestic ordinariness to your life, what the ancient Zen masters called the state of no mind. When you drop the false search for enlightenment, when you dismantle your spiritual egos and step off the horizontal line of time, your life returns to absolute simplicity. You don't become a supernatural entity with a golden halo around your head. You don't start flying through the air or performing ridiculous miracles to entertain the crowd. You remain completely ordinary, but your ordinary life becomes infused with an extraordinary divine quality. There is a beautiful Zen saying that captures this transformation perfectly. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The physical actions of your life do not change at all. You still cook your meals, you still wash your clothes, you still clean your house, and you still walk on the earth. But the inner climate changes completely. Before enlightenment, you were chopping wood while thinking about tomorrow, carrying water while regretting yesterday, feeling bored, frustrated, and heavy, treating the present moment as a boring chore that must be finished to reach some future reward. After enlightenment, you simply chop wood. You are totally present in the sharp bite of the axe. You feel the texture of the timber. You smell the fresh fragrance of the wood sap, and you listen to the beautiful music of the blade hitting the log. When you carry water, you are completely one with the cool weight of the bucket. You watch the beautiful ripples reflecting the morning sun on the surface of the liquid, and you walk with absolute grace and rhythm. The ordinary act becomes a sacred ritual. The mundane chore transforms into an ecstatic dance, and your everyday existence becomes a continuous celebration of the eternal present. This return to ordinariness is the ultimate destruction of the priest's empire, because the priest thrives exclusively on the extraordinary, the unnatural, and the abnormal. He wants you to believe that the divine is far removed from ordinary life, that it requires special clothes, special languages, special postures, and special places. He has turned spirituality into a cold, solemn graveyard, filled with sad faces, heavy discipline, and artificial virtues. But I tell you, true spirituality is an absolute explosion of laughter, joy, and celebration. It has nothing to do with sadness, nothing to do with renunciation, and nothing to do with the continuous torture of your physical body. Look at this whole existence. It is in love, it is dancing, and it is celebrating every single moment without any reason whatsoever. These green trees are moving tremendously in love with the wind. These wild rivers are rushing ecstatically toward the ocean, eager to meet and merge into a grand love affair. These silent stars are burning with pure joy across the infinity of space. And these birds are singing their hearts out simply because the morning sun has arrived. Watch carefully and you will find everywhere the shadow of love, the thrill, the excitement, and the unutterable ecstasy of existence. Whatsoever the form, if you look deeply enough with naked, unpolluted eyes, you will always find something throbbing at the center, which cannot be called anything else than love. If the whole universe is a celebration, why are your saints so miserable? Why are your churches so gloomy? Why are your religious scriptures so full of threats, rules, and regulations? Because their religion is false, their virtue is synthetic, and their God is nothing but a projection of their own repressed, bitter, and fearful minds. A true saint is not a man who has renounced life. A true saint is a man who has fallen so deeply in love with life that his entire existence has become a radiant, overflowing song of pure ecstasy. To step into this song, to claim your native right to celebration and joy, you must gather an immense amount of courage to face the ultimate fear of human consciousness, the fear of death. The mafia of the soul has used the fear of death as their primary leverage to keep you in a state of perpetual psychological slavery. They have painted death as a dark, terrifying monster that will arrive one day to violently tear you away from everything you love, throwing your soul into the cold, unknown void. They have created complex theories of afterlife, judgment days, and reincarnation cycles, all designed to make you feel insecure about your ultimate destination, so that you will buy their religious insurances today. But I tell you, death is the greatest illusion that exists. There is no death anywhere in the universe. Nothing ever dies. Things only change their form, their frequency, and their manifestation. Look at a beautiful block of ice sitting in the sun. It slowly melts, turns into liquid water, and then evaporates into invisible steam, disappearing completely from your physical sight. Has the ice died? Has it been wiped out of existence? No. It has simply changed its form from solid to liquid and from liquid to gas. It has moved into a higher, more subtle dimension of reality. It is still there, completely alive within the organic unity of the cosmos. Your physical body is exactly like that block of ice. It is a temporary material configuration of elements borrowed from the earth, the water, the fire, and the wind. One day, the configuration will dissolve, the elements will return to their original sources, and the physical form will disappear. But the consciousness that lived inside the body, the silent witness that experienced life through your senses is eternal, unborn, and deathless. It cannot be burned by fire, it cannot be drowned by water, and it cannot be destroyed by any weapon. It is an inseparable divine drop in the infinite, eternal ocean of existence. When you understand this truth, not as an intellectual theory or a comforting belief, but as a direct personal experiencing through the silence of meditation, your fear of death vanishes completely. And the moment the fear of death disappears from your soul, the priest and the politician lose their entire power over your life. They can no longer blackmail you with physical elimination. They can no longer frighten you with threats of hellfire, and they can no longer force you to bow down to their tyrannical laws. You become absolutely fearless, fiercely independent, and untamable. You live your life with a wild, majestic intensity, knowing that you are eternal, that you are divine, and that the whole universe is your home. You don't look upon death as an enemy. You look upon death as a beautiful friend, a deep, silent rest after a long journey, a majestic gateway leading back into the unmanifested source of all creation. You live beautifully and you die beautifully, with a song on your lips and an absolute dance in your heart, completely fulfilled, completely free, and completely victorious. This is the new human being that must be born if humanity is to survive and evolve beyond its current state of global crisis. The old human being, the conditioned, fearful, nationalistic, and superstitious product of the priest and the politician, is completely exhausted. He has reached the absolute end of his tether. He has created a world of perpetual war, economic exploitation, racial hatred, and environmental destruction. And if he is allowed to continue, he will sooner or later pull the entire planet into a catastrophic global self-destruction. We don't need a new political ideology. We don't need a new economic system. And we don't need a new organized religion. We desperately need a new kind of human consciousness. We need individuals who have the courage to stand completely alone, free from the psychological collective, taking absolute responsibility for their own lives and their own awakening. We need people who are deeply rooted in their material existence, yet completely open to the infinite sky of the spiritual world. Human beings who are integrated, intelligent, and intensely alive. I call this new human being Zorba the Buddha. Zorba represents the earth, the matter, the physical senses, the love for food, wine, music, and the beautiful pleasures of the world. Buddha represents the sky, the spirit, the absolute silence, the crystalline awareness, and the ultimate freedom of the soul. For centuries, the old religions have forced you to choose between the two, turning you either into a materialistic, greedy Zorba who destroys his inner life, or a repressed, miserable Buddha who tortures his physical body in a monastery. But I tell you, the future belongs to the synthesis of both. You must be a Zorba and a Buddha simultaneously. Your roots must go deep into the rich mud of the earth to enjoy all the material blessings of life, while your wings open wide into the infinite sky of consciousness to experience the ultimate ecstasy of the divine. This integrated wholeness is the only true sanity, the only real virtue, and the only path to absolute human liberation. Let this understanding settle deep into your soul, far below the chattering analytical mechanisms of your logical intellect. Do not try to convert it into a philosophy, to discuss in the marketplace, or a new belief system to display to your friends. Just let it vibrate within your heart like a beautiful silent melody. Wake up from your long induced psychological sleep. Drop the false burdens of guilt, original fall, and manufactured sin that have been forced onto your back by the mafia of the soul for 5,000 years. You are not a sinner. You are not broken. And you do not need any external savior to deliver you from an imaginary hell. You are a perfect, pristine expression of this wild, ecstatic existence, carrying the ultimate seed of absolute godliness within your own unclouded awareness right now. The doors of paradise have never been locked. They are wide open in this very heartbeat, waiting for you to drop your heavy luggage of borrowed knowledge, to step out of the crowd, to claim your unique individuality, and to realize that heaven is not nowhere but beautifully, radiantly, eternally now here. You can access our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, in the description below.